right, welcome everyone. It is my honor and pleasure to have today International Master Christian Pedersen, who was very kind and nice to come and give us a lesson on how he beat the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and also to give assignment to play all of you in the same time. So let's welcome him and give him a big hand. Thank you for coming and being here.
Well, thank you for inviting me. So I'm an international master. The two highest titles you can hold in chess would be Grandmaster, International Master. They have a little bit the same requirements to obtain. You have to meet a certain rating, ELO rating, the international rating, not the US one. And then you have to perform on a high level in 3 tournaments where you get a norm, it's called. So you need to do 3 such things, and then you have to meet a certain amount of international people in the tournament. You make a norm, and certain title players like international masters, grandmasters, and so on. So it's not so easy. So I'm an international master, and this particular game here was played in Norway at Magnus home field. He's from Norway, and it was the second last round of a closed grandmaster tournament I was invited to. I had started off well in that tournament, but had lost a few games in the mid of the tournament. So in order to make an international master norm, I actually had to get 1.5 points in the last 2 rounds, so it wasn't easy. Magnus at the time, he wasn't the world champion yet, but he was a strong grandmaster around almost 2600 in ELO, and the last opponent I had to meet at round 9 would be a Russian grandmaster Oleg Koneyev, who was also above 2600. So at this point I pretty much faced that it was like against the odds to get 1.5 points in the last 2 rounds, but you know, you forget all about that and then you just try to play as well as you can. So this here may not be the most exciting attacking game I've ever played, but it's a long game where you basically try to stay focused throughout and forget all the distractions and just like focus on what's at the board, and then you try to do your best. So I'm playing white against Magnus here. Start off with e4. I did that a lot at the time. I know it's very popular over here, and he plays what he has played for long time. His main defense is e5. He likes to rule the pest. It's a very strategic opening. You can go a lot of different ways. Sharp positional play. You know, you can have closed or more open positions. So very popular, of course. We play in the main line with the knight f3, and he follows with knight c6. We threaten the e5 pawn here, so he develops a piece, knight c6, and protects his pawn. So white's next move is the main line, Rue Le Pass, it's bishop b5. You develop your bishop, and you give yourself the option to capture the knight at c6, removing the defender of e5, potentially at a good moment to take the e5 pawn. White also plans to develop the center at some point. There are lots of opportunities, but c3 followed by d4 gives you the opportunity to capture on d4 with your c pawn if black exchanges. So that's a classic plan. This helps you to maintain the 2 central pawns on d4 and e4 to capture a lot of space for your pieces and make sure that the black is not really having a lot of space to maneuver on. So this is why this is how white tried to claim like a small opening advantage. But the main line goes a6, and black is basically telling white, do you want to capture right now? And typically white don't want to capture because having the bishop pair, the 2 bishops, is usually an advantage when you because they work really well together. So you only want to give up your bishops really if you gain something for it in most situations. In this case, if you take the knight on c6 and he captures with a pawn, let's say the d pawn, and then you go immediately to capture the pawn, then he can play queen d4 here, and then he can threaten or queen g5, and he can threaten your knight and your pawn, so you don't really win a pawn. It's a little bit too premature to go for this line. And now black just has the bishop pair, and it's really not, there's no advantage in this position here for white, so this is all well known. So this is why black confidently plays a6, and white just answers with bishop a4, saying, hey, I'm fine, I developed my bishop. Reserve the opportunity to capture on c6 at a later moment, and if you want to play b5 at some point, well, you gain some space, but maybe you weaken your queen side a little bit. Also, maybe I can exploit that later. So these are all the things that are behind that. So you play bishop a4, and he follows with a natural move, developing his knight on f6. And right here, the main line goes, he threatens the e4 pawn, but we ignore it for the time being. We play castle, where we get our rook ready to go into the e-file against his king. So taking on e4 here is a possibility. It's one of the main lines, but you don't really win a pawn immediately. White will gain that back with a little bit of initiative, and then the discussion is always like, is it an equal position, or does white have a little bit of initiative? So most people will play bishop e7 and just develop slowly here, preparing to castle, and then the next move, rook e1, protects the e4 pawn. So that means that now we're actually ready to take on c6 as white here and capture the e5 pawn. So this means that black has to do something about this. So if we take the knight here, he takes with the pawn, we take on e5. That trick with queen d4 doesn't really work here, because you just go back, for example, with the knight on f3, threaten his queen, and now the rook covers the e4 pawn, so you can't really recapture the pawn, so you lost the pawn and you don't really have enough compensation. So no one really plays like this as black. The main line goes b5. So black prevents the bishop takes c6 move. So and next move is bishop b3. You don't want to lose your bishop, of course. This is the only way. And then black plays d6. You don't have to play d6 here, but it's the main line. It opens up the white diagonal, so you can develop your bishop. It covers your e5 pawn in case white plays d4. So you have a little bit of extra protection there. And it opens up the possibility right here that you can play knight a5 here and capture white's bishop and win the bishop pair, because now your e5 pawn is defended. So this is why the main line now goes c3 for white, where you basically create a little bit of breathing space for your bishop. So you can move it back into c2, so you don't really allow the knight to bishop exchange. And it also helps this plan that you're trying to build a big center with d4 and have a little bit of space advantage. So black goes on to castle. And then here white plays the main line, which is like a little bit of waiting move, but we prevent the bishop from coming to g4, which is a little bit annoying. If we play d4, he may play bishop g4. So that's a little bit annoying. So we want to prevent that pin there. And we can always play d4 next time. It's not like it's prevented or anything. Next move here is bishop b7. It's not exactly the main line. The most common move played would be knight a5, where you go over there, bishop c2, and then you continue with c5. White plays d4 anyway. And white has a little bit of a space advantage, and you can continue with play on the queen side or king side. White's plan would include knight d2 to f1, to g3, and then you have this outpost on f5 that you can potentially go to at some point. And you can also use the other knight as shown there. Sometimes when the knight gets to f5, you can play g4, you can move your king to h1, rook back to g1. It can be really interesting. You can get a strong king side attack sometimes, but sometimes you may just play a4 and play on the queen side, try to weaken black's position over there. So there's a lot of opportunity. Or you can play in the center with b3 and bishop b2 and make some exchanges and whatnot. So there's a lot of ways this game can go, and this is also why the Ruler Pest has been such a popular opening for many, many years. So, but he deviates from the main line, playing bishop b7 here, and then he develops his bishop to a nice diagonal. It's nicely placed there. This is some people call this like side set variation, but you want to play bishop b7 and then rook e8 and then put pressure on the e4 pawn eventually. And then you basically, all your pieces are in a natural position. You can reposition your bishop to f8, play g6, bishop g7, get it out that way if you want. And then the other plan, Magnus has played these positions multiple times, but also another way you can do is queen d7, rook a d8, and then just like focus on the center and centralize your pieces. So yeah, there are many ways you can play this, yeah, so d4 is the next move here, and knight a5. I think, sorry, he plays rook e8, yes, rook e8. And here, he doesn't take time to play h6 first. So, you know, if you know Magnus, he's, I don't think he's the most sympathetic player. He's probably the opposite of the most sympathetic player I've ever met. But he's very ambitious, right? He's confident, he's ambitious, and he doesn't want give a draw to someone who is lower rated than himself. So when you know that, this is a little bit of a psychological trick. You can play knight g5, he goes rook f8. And you know that Magnus, he's not going to allow a draw by repetition against the lower rated player at this point. So of course you can get him to deviate a little bit. You can force his hand, make him play h6 first. So that's what I did here to cover g5. And then bishop bd, and then we developed the knight. So we played a pawn to c3. The downside of that is that we can't place our knight there. So knight a3 is not really a good square to the knight. So knight d2 is the natural field to place our knight at here. So we develop, we protect e4, and we get ready to play knight f1, knight g3 perhaps. Now his bishop is developed to b7, so there's not really a natural defender at the f5 square. And now he played h6 too. It makes it a little bit harder for him to play g6 later, because now the h6 pawn is suddenly getting pressure, right? So this h6 move is not insignificant. These are the things you want to pay attention to if you want to become really good at the rook pass. So knight bd2, and then he played a rook e8 again, which was his plan. Of course, you can play different things here, but usually knight f1 is a good move here, I think. You always want to keep an eye on, are you leaving your e4 pawn undefended? But here the bishop is on e7 still, and the knight is on c6, so it's possible to play a knight f1. But I believe I played the bishop c2 first, and continued over protecting the e4 pawn. He played rook bishop f8.
I just want to stop for a second, guys. You heard him using this word over protection. It's very rare when you guys are gonna read even in a book. That means it's a good book. If you read a book and you read about overprotection, it talks about here you overprotecting the e4 pawn because black wants to attack it, right, 3 times. And I know you want to attack it, right? So then my pieces are free to do something else. So like Christian mentioned, that then I can transfer my knight to g3 and I can still protect the e4 pawn. I have time to regroup my pieces, transfer my pieces, still over protecting, but this knight can have a more aggressive approach with knight f5. Okay, so.
Yeah, so one of the best chess books I've ever read was Positional Play by Dvoretsky and Yusupov, and these, so if you can get that. But that talks about overprotection. It's kind of like you prevent your opponent's threat before it happens, basically. So that gives you more flexibility when they execute their threat. So now you don't have to suddenly protect your piece because it's already protected, right? So then you can act on what they're doing. So sometimes it's good to think in these ways, like always ask yourself, what is your opponent's next move? So he plays bishop f8, pretty natural move. He regroups his pieces, and then I played a4 here, trying to gain a little bit of space on the queen side. Give yourself the opportunity to attack on b5, and now with the bishop on c2, it can sometimes go to d3 to also put pressure on the b5 pawn. It can sometimes be a little bit awkward for black to defend it. So he plays queen d7 here, I believe, yeah. And then I played bishop d3, I believe, putting pressure on. So that kind of like asks him, how do you want to defend your pawn here? And then he played knight a5. He put the knight on the sideline there to allow the queen to protect, and opens up for his bishop too. And now I play with b3 here to allow the black squared bishop to be developed, and also to take away that c4 square. It also overprotects a4 again. You can take with the rook, keep your pawns connected. So it's like a developing move. Intends to keep the knight on d2 for the time being. And here he goes. He opens the center. He makes a commitment here. So it's an interesting. I don't know if you want to say anything here, but it's pretty interesting pathway he goes. It's a pawn sacrifice positional. But yeah.
So we see that both players, they follow the basics. They fight for the center, develop knights and bishops, they castle, they connected the heavy pieces in the back rank, and now it's time to step into the middle game. In the middle game, you need a plan. And this is a transitional moment here, right? Where White didn't commit yet with knight f1, knight g3. He didn't show his cards. He didn't show his cards either with bishop b2, right? White played super flexible. here and was waiting for black to show his cards to see if he's going to play with c5, or he's going to take, or he's going to play with rook a to d8 like you mentioned, but the knight is hanging now because the queen is not on d8 anymore, so it's pluses and minuses to this plan that black chose. And black captured on d4. This is a big surprise to me because it gives up. How did you feel when he captured here?
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, what's the follow-up's going to be? Because if black doesn't have any good follow-up, if he plays like rook a8 here or whatever it may be, or he plays maybe c6 or something, or g6 to develop his, then basically black has surrendered the center here, and white now has the opportunity at any point in time to play e4, e5 or d5 and start attacking and black's pieces. So in general, you want some kind of like idea here if you are to do this as black. It's a little bit of a concession here. So he had a specific thing in mind. So he played d5 here. So he's attacking the white squares. Now we this is basically all his pieces are well placed to attack the white squares. The bishop, the knight, the rook. The queen is also on a white square right now. So he plays d5, and in general, when he does this, you don't really want to be in a position where you have to take the pawn as white here, because that creates your isolated pawn on d4, and he gets a great square for his knight, for example, or his bishop. You open up the long diagonal, he threatens on b3. If his knight takes on d5, then your c3 square is weakened. He can jump down on c3 at some point in time. And your d4 pawn can be weak too in the long run, because there are no other pawns to protect it. So when you think about, like, in chess there's this great concept of thinking where you think about static and dynamic advantages. So when you talk about static advantages, it's something that doesn't change. So pawn structure is one of them. So when you have an isolated pawn on d4, as we saw right before, we can count your pawn islands as white here. If you play e takes d5, for example, and black recaptures. So how many pawn islands do white have? So we have 1, and then that's 2, and then that's 3. So you have 3 pawn islands already, and black has 1 and 2, right? Yeah. So black has a static advantage here. That means that you're black, if white doesn't have any kind of like dynamic attack, for example, like an attack on the king, or maybe material advantage or something, it means that usually the evaluation of the position would be that black is a little bit better. So you don't want to give your opponent static advantages if you don't get something in return. So there's a lot to be said about static and dynamic advantages. But you know, looking at your pawn structure, making sure you don't take any unnecessary weaknesses is very important also. So d5. So white doesn't want to allow this. So e5 is the natural move, and it doesn't really look like black's knight has many good options here. Playing knight h5 is not really a great move, because if you can't go to f4, if you, for example, just cover it with the bishop by playing this, then you're always like threatening g5. What is the next? What is the plan for this knight here? It's not so easy. You have to maybe play g6 and maneuver it back with knight d7, but then your h6 pawn is hanging. It's very awkward for black to play like this. So this, of course, wasn't Magnus's plan. And then the other move here, knight h7, is not much better, right? You're kind of like, what's the plan? If we just play knight f1, for example, then we could knight. You can't play knight g5. Then you have this knight that's sitting out there. So it's not really ideal. And white gets to advance in the center, so we're not really, having more pawn islands or any structural weaknesses. But we have a lot of space advantage towards the king sides. So when you have space advantage in the center towards the king, this is when you, as white, can start like creating an attack, for example, by ganging up in that b1 h7 diagonal. Magnus's plan was, of course, not as passive here. So his idea with playing d5, and you must, of course, look at this before you play d5, and even before you play e takes d4, is knight e4. He wants to sacrifice a pawn and get these like positional advantages in the center. So we take with the knight here. We want to be compensated for this, and then d takes, bishop takes, rook takes, and then queen d5. And this is what Magnus had been hoping for, to have these white squares at his disposal. The white center pawns on d4 and e5, they look nice, but they're securely blocked right now. we have a dark squared bishop that can't really help. It's gonna be looking into the pawns, right? So it's less active. And then you have already an attack on b3. You can maybe attack the center with c5. So in general, black has good compensation here. You don't win the pawn back because we're playing rook e3 here and protect our b3 pawn. Now with the queen and the rook, it's attacked by his knight and his queen. So you don't really win the pawn back, but it's an interesting pawn sacrifice where you kind of like get some initiative as black and you get some positional advantages. And maybe this d4 pawn will be like weak in the long run. If white loses his pawn, it's pretty clear that black is better, right? Because you have control over the white squares and the e5, let's say if you lose the d4 pawn, then the e5 pawn may be weak because it's kind of like pushed too far ahead, right? So there's another like immediate thing you have to consider as white is that your queen is unprotected. That means your d4 pawn cannot really take anything at this. So it can't really recapture an e5. It's not a big deal because we have knight f3, we have rook e3, but it also can't capture on c5. So now he goes c5 here, and that means we can't take it. So he puts pressure on the d4 pawn, and at this point here I played a takes b5. You don't want to. I opened up for the rook here to the knight. It's a little bit more active that way. Prevents his. Maybe he had an opportunity to go b4 at some point, and in this case she has a space advantage on the queen side. If he goes b4 at a later point c4, chances are your a4 pawn is probably going to be more weak than his a6 pawn in the long run here. If he goes b4 and then c4, for example. So I think it's natural to maybe get rid of that a4 and a6 pair here, because it's not really, I think if anyone's going to benefit from not making that exchange, it's black. So we take on b5, we open up, the rook on a1 gets a little bit more active, and then here you have a decision to make. You could play bishop b2 here, but I decided to play bishop a3 first. You want to probably develop your bishop here, I think that's correct, but the different ways you can do it. You can play bishop b2 or you can play bishop a3. I played bishop a3 first because I wanted to push him to go b4 before I played bishop b2. So
what was the difference if you would have played bishop b2 here and this b pawn is on b5 and not on b4?
Yeah, so it does when if he plays c4, it gives him the opportunity to maybe take with the pawn instead, and gain control with b3, where you can attack the d4 pawn from with his knight. So it gives him a little bit more opportunity. Forcing his b5 pawn to b4 means that it goes on the same squares as bishop, which gives me a little bit better chances of blocking the white squares, which is basically what happens in this game. So he plays b4, I go back, he plays c4. In this case, you can't really allow c3. It's a connected passed pawn that's really gonna take a lot of space, and it completely disrupt the coordination of white's pieces. So suddenly the rook is not protecting b3 anymore. It's a massive weakness. You can't really protect your b3 pawn in any way. So you really have to capture the c4 pawn here. There's no way around that. So he takes with this knight. He gets a fork here on your pieces, but the pressure on d4 is also removed. That means your b4 and e5 pawns are more safe now. So here I played rook e2, removing the rook from attack, covering the bishop. We're not really sad about losing that b2 bishop. Right now it's just like a big pawn in a way. So that's not your best piece for sure. So it's a long-term problem, but you have a pawn more, and black doesn't have any immediate way to win material. So he takes on a1, and I take with the bishop. If you take with the queen, he's going to win a tempo by rook e8. Capture the open file. It's covered by the queen. You have to move your queen again. So I just decided to take with the bishop to. It also moves it out of range from the knight, and it does open up the second file there for the second row for the rook. So bishop takes a1, and he plays rook a8. And now there's a very good principle to remember in chess, is that you always want to look at your opponent's most active piece. What is the best piece they have? And in this case here, it could be the rook. I mean, we can't really challenge the rook, but the knight here on c4 is causing some problems, right? It's pretty active. It's taking up a lot of squares. It's supporting that b4 pawn. If he ever gets to play b3, it will cover the b2. So exchanging your opponent's most active piece or pushing it away is a really good principle to remember in chess. It applies to many, many positions. So here, the knight on f3 is not doing much. We're not really worried about losing our d4 pawn. It's securely protected. He can't even attack it. So a knight on f3 is not really doing much for us in this position here. Our bishop on a1 cannot really be placed much better at the moment. Trying to exchange his most active piece, the knight on c4, is a good principle here. So I play knight d2, and he takes, and then I take with the rook. Again, you're overprotecting your d4 pawn, and you're kind of like all your pieces are covering each other. It's also a good principle in chess. Now he pushes b3. And at this point here, your bishop is a little bit better placed on b2, so you securely protect your pawn. If he wants to support the advance of the pawn, he would have to play bishop a3, but now you're already kind of like in a position where you have secured the pawn with the bishop on b2. So bishop is better on b2 here. So we're always trying to improve the position of our pieces, and sometimes we're trying to remove the well-placed pieces from the opponent. So bishop b2, yeah.
Another thing is, guys, that this is a pass pawn, and it makes so much progress, right? And a lot of times for us human players, right, it's scary. But you guys gotta learn how to deal with pass pawns. You guys gotta learn how to block a pass pawn, right? And the knights are the best blockers because they block the pawn and they still do their job. But here, white doesn't have a knight, so he blocks the pawn right away with bishop b2. And now the question is, does black has compensation? I mean, white is still up a pawn in the end of the day. So black always has this pressure on to prove, right? And to prove that I sacrificed the pawn, yes, but do I have enough? Do I have enough compensation?
Right. Yeah, I think there's no doubt that Magnus he had hoped to get a little bit more out of this position. He had some initiative, but he didn't really gain any significant structural advantages or positional advantages. He still has these white squares in the center, and he has advanced his b pawn a little bit, but for the moment it's securely blocked. And right now we're actually threatening rook b3 to put pressure on his pawn. This would force him to play rook b8, where his rook is a little bit more passive. And then maybe we can start thinking about how to use our pawn majority in the center and kingside. Here he plays rook a2, which prevents our rook b3 because now your bishop is hanging. So he places his rook on his most active square. And we play queen c1 here, protecting the bishop again before anything else happens, but it also gives you the c file, which is open. And if you were to move his bishop, now you can maybe give a check on some situation. You can go back to f5 and give a check. It gives you some options there. So the c file is a pretty good. And now you are also, since you're protecting your bishop, now you can move your rook more freely. Maybe it can go to the third rank, rook b3, and some variations, and put pressure on that b pawn. So queen c1 is pretty natural move. You play bishop e7. And I improved the position of the queen by playing queen c3 here. You also step out of the pin, and then you put pressure on the b3 pawn here. Rook d3 maybe an option here. Next move, and that in this situation he wouldn't be able to protect his b pawn, so you'd have to come up with something else because now the rook is on a2. So he plays bishop g5 here, tries to activate his bishop, and now we have a nice trick here. There's someone who can tell me what white can play, or we can, if not, we can perhaps ask the question after the next move.
Go ahead. Yes.
f4, but that's he can just take that with his bishop, right? It's not protected.
Then you can check on c8 and then check again on.
That's right. That's right. So if we okay, we can see what happens if we play. So I played f4 here, and if he takes, we give the check. He moves his king only square. Check on f5, and we attack the bishop. Or bishop on b2 is still defended because we protected all our pieces. So when your pieces are coordinated and protect each other, you see combinations like this. They appear more frequently when your coordination is good between your pieces. So So f4 here, it gains a tempo. He has to go back with his bishop. He goes bishop b8. I kind of like that idea. On d8, it has access to the b6 and a5 squares. On e7, it wouldn't have access to these diagonals, right? Because we cover b4 and we cover c5. But now he's already threatening in some variations to play bishop a5. So I play queen b3 here, I believe. Yeah. Again, what I'm trying to gain here is some control over the white squares. We're still protecting all our pieces here, and in some situations I can push f5 now. Now we have this, and maybe create some weaknesses on his king side. We also cover the entry points from the queen, yes. So queen e4 was a little bit annoying to deal with in attacking on f4, maybe checking on e1 and such. So again, you want to ask yourself what kind of moves can my opponent play. So he plays bishop a5 here, pushes the rook away. We want to keep it on the second rank, of course, so rook f2 covers the bishop. And now he plays bishop b6. So here, with the king on g1, he has an immediate threat here. He can play a combination of his own. Can anyone see what that is? What is black threatening?
Rook takes bishop.
Mm-hmm. Rook takes bishop, removes the defender of the d4 pawn, you recapture with the rook, and you take on d4 with a check. And here, you want to make sure you take with the queen first, because if you just take, let's show that. So you have to calculate the variations to the end here, because otherwise you get in trouble. So let's say h4, take. If you were to take with the bishop here, and we move the king, then white gets the last laugh because the bishop is pinned to the queen. So you don't want to do that. So you want to make sure you sit on your fingers, one move at a time. Queen takes d4, check, and now you can recapture the rook after the exchange. And then you're this is of course easily winning for black. So white of course doesn't want to allow this. Move the king to the side, get it out of harm's way. I think, yeah, king h2. And he plays h5. Again, you know, his claim to fame is the white squares here, so he wants to gain control over that. And it looks a little bit scary, but in some situations white may be able to play d4. Now that would lead to a pawn exchange and more open situation around the white king, so it's a little bit less appealing to play g4 now that black has played h5. But alright, so next move here would be, I think, it's a little bit getting towards move 40 here, so some of the moves are a little bit time trouble kind of moves, but queen e3 here. And again, white is waiting for the right moment to play f5. You always have to be cognizant about, can black sacrifice now that you weaken your pawn chain? Can you sacrifice on b2, gain all your central pawns, and maybe keep the b pawn? Then even a rook wouldn't be enough to win if he keeps the bishop, and like it would be difficult. You may even have to fight a little bit for a draw. So you want to be a little bit careful here. He plays h4, natural move. It's difficult to attack this pawn from white's perspective, and if white were to play his d pawn, move his g pawn, now you would just capture en passant like that, and then that would lead you to more split pawns, right? So now your h pawn is left to defend itself, and the f4 pawn too. So this is not ideal for white when it comes to handling your pawn structure. So I played rook d2, getting out of the diagonal from the bishop, over protecting d4 again, and he plays bishop h5, and this is a little bit, we're making a few fast moves here to reach move 40. There's not much happening. You don't have to feel forced to play f5 or go for the attack immediately. It's not like black is making any kind of like serious counterplay at the moment. You have time here. You can move a little bit back and forth. Take your time, get ready. So you don't want to. Because white is the one who can play for a win here. We'll speed up a little bit. All right. So bishop b6. I play king h1, getting on a white square. He plays queen c4. Now there's some annoying situations where you can sometimes sacrifice on b2 followed by check on c1. So I move the king away from the background. He plays g6, natural. I play g3 here. Now that he played g6, I'm a little bit more happy to play g3 and accept that my pawns are split, because now we have a breaking now we have a break with the f5, and what I like with g3, I'm not super happy about the move, but it does open up the g2 square for the rook to get in and attack down the d file. So that was basically, it gives some space there. So, okay, he plays rook a4, threatening d4, we have to protect it. And now he plays bishop a5, but then my idea here is, now I have rook g2. So now the rook is actually better placed on g2 here. And with f5 coming, some variations we can give up d4, and we can just like crush through on g6. So the rook is much better there. So he takes, and the queen takes here. And now f5 is obviously my next move. If he plays bishop d6 here, then f5 is coming, and we're breaking through on g6. So he doesn't have time to do that. So he needs to prevent f5. So he plays queen e6, natural again. And now I play queen d3. It's a little bit of a maneuver game at this stage here, over protecting f5, again getting ready to push it. But I'm also ready to play d5 here and pressure the queen. So he's a little bit like, what do I do? How do I defend this? So he tries to with queen c4, offering a trade. And because queen takes c4, rook takes c4, rook g3 doesn't really give anything, because you can always just check on c2 and attack a queen, king and bishop. Then white is not really so sold on the queen trade here. So queen f3, and this was my idea. I played queen d3 first. I forced him to play queen c4, and now queen f3. Now I'm still threatening f5, and if he goes back with queen e6, he doesn't cover that because his g pawn is still pinned here. So that's really not a defense. So that means at this moment he doesn't really have a good defense towards f5. So even if he moves his king, I will still be happy to play f5 because his king is very open. So Magnus, he's a little bit on like trying to save the game here at this stage. So he finds a very interesting idea. It's a very good defensive resource. So this is what strong players do. Even when they have a poor position, they try to make it very hard for you to win. So he plays rook a2, and the idea here is that he wants to sacrifice the exchange. He wants to take on b2 and then win some pawns and then hope that it's enough to draw in the end. So I play f5 here, push forward, and then he executes his plan. He takes on b2, I take with the rook, he takes on d4, threatens e5, he threatens the rook, and here you do want to be careful, because if you try to hold on to your e5 pawn with, let's say, rook e2, then b2 is like coming, and you have to be careful. It is a pretty advanced pass pawn. You still have weaknesses. There's no guarantee you can keep your e5 pawn even in this situation here. So this is very this is not a good way to go for it. So I take the b pawn. He takes with his queen with check. I play king g2, and now you see. When it comes to playing in these positions where you have an exchange more than your opponents, the weak side with the bishop always benefit from having an extra rook, because now they have a rook and a bishop, so if there's a good open file, the rook can take that. So if you have, let's say, two rooks against rook and bishop, one of your goals should be usually to exchange one set of rooks, because then you remove the opponent's ability to use an open file. Here, you'll see white will play, this is like what you want to do in these situations, try to maintain good technique, keep all your pieces on white squares, because he has a black squared bishop, right? So this is what white is doing right now. This will prevent you from running into trouble. Even if you were to play something like bishop c7, going down for a queen h2 check, well, let's just calm down, deep breath. He gives the check, we play king f1. What's the follow-up? There is no follow-up, because all your pieces on white squares, your king is kind of protected, your h3 pawn is protected, you're all coordinated, the rook defends the queen defends the rook. It's not really anything you even have to worry about. If you play bishop c7, we can just ignore it. So this is what you want to do in these types of endgames. All right, so he plays king g7. He could have taken on f5, but really, I mean, it's going to be a double pawn, and he's not really. He's probably not going to be able to hold on to it. So I can even think I can check on g3 even with the queen immediately. He takes, or you even take with the rook thing. Not even a check, but yeah, you'll win the pawn back, and then you have a pass pawn of your own. You can even check and maybe rook g5, and I think you win it because the bishop's pinned. So you win it immediately, and in these situations, what you want as the strong side is you want some kind of imbalance. You would much rather have H pawn versus F pawn rather than having F versus F, because now you can, because the rook is much better equipped to stop a pass pawn even when it's protected by the bishop compared to the opposite. So. So this is better, this imbalance. So he doesn't want that. He wants to maintain a pawn on g6 to make sure that he can stop a pass pawn. So takes, and then queen g3. Here, want to push against the g pawn. He gives check. We go through. Queen f2, and here he can check on d5, but we're not losing a rook, right? We can go in between with the rook, or we can play queen f3. You have some options here. He decides to take on g6, and now we get this endgame here, where we have rook, pawn versus bishop and pawn, so rook d3 here. And now you see we can go a little bit faster here, as white is just advancing his king here and trying to come down. It's a little bit theoretically this position should be a draw. But it's not so easy. You can keep moving around, making threats. Now a check. Now we move to e6. You want to try and see if you can attack the g pawn. And black, you see here, he wants to keep his king in proximity to the g pawn so he can protect it, and he wants to make sure that his bishop is on that diagonal. He can't. If his bishop was on e3 in this position here, I think king f6 would be immediately winning because you just go over there. Even if he plays g5, you play king g6. Now that's a very dire situation for black. So he wants to keep this bishop on the long diagonal. So we move around a lot of bit of trying to see if we can gain some, make black make a mistake or something like that. And then at this point again, place your rook in here. I play h4 here, trying to, and now the threat is obviously h5 because it's pinned. That means that in order to get out of the pin, he has to go on the side, the h file with his king, and this is not where you. This is where you have to be a little bit careful with black, so you don't get mated or lose your bishop. So, yes.
So, step number one, you were up material, we traded pieces, we went to an endgame. But sometimes you cannot win, and we see white making a lot of progress, and he's trying to attack the bishop, he's trying to discoordinate the bishop from the rook, the pawn structure. He pushes the king all the way down. He's trying to get opposition somehow, sometimes with the king, to cut the king and go for backline checkmate. So he tried every single, from every angle, all the way with the king. And then when you see that doesn't work, so you try it, only then you push the h pawn and you trade the h pawn, right?
Yeah.
Because you tried from every angle, and you gonna make sure you make your opponent think. You have to sweat to the last second. That's a typical grandmaster strategy. You don't just agree to a draw. You earn it.
Yeah.
And you make him sweat to the last second. And we know this since Bobby Fischer. He played all the games to the end, king versus king, from any position, any equal ending. So this is a huge lesson here, guys, that you play no matter what. You play to the end.
Yeah. And Magnus actually adopted that principle, and this is partially why he became the world champion, was that he was very good to outmaneuver his opponents in equal endgames, because he just kept on playing and fighting for the win. So I think that's a very important principle. This is a theoretically drawn position, but black still has to demonstrate he knows how to keep this a draw, because it's not always that simple. So there are two corners here. You're cut off on the g file. There are two corners. There's the white corner and the black corner. Does anyone know what corner you should go for if you're the defending side?
The white one. Oh, no, it's got to be the white one.
The white one, that's right. You want to go for the white corner here because that gives you the black squares for your bishop. But if you go towards the opposite, it's harder to draw, and sometimes you can lose the game. But you know, we are obviously time scramble here. We spend a lot of time. We're at this was the classical time control where you get 1.5 hours, then an hour, then a half an hour, and then you're at your very last minutes here, and you're just trying to you're trying to pressure your opponent as much as you can. This was one of the longest games I played. I think this was almost 9 hours. No, it was like 8 hours, I think, something. It was like we had a few minutes left. So you want to just try everything you can here. King at 5, obviously. He's going towards the right corner here. But now he kind of like strays from that. So he goes King H4. And now he starts to go towards the wrong corner again. He plays King H4. Here, you just want to see if you can somehow make him make a mistake. So like here, Rook C4 creates the possibility of a discovered check with the king. But you also don't want to let your opponent out of the... so you wait and see where he gives you the check from. Okay. So here, and now he starts to go towards the wrong corner. You kind of like manage to confuse him a little bit. So this is not ideal. He should have gone King H3 or something. But he plays King H5, makes it a little bit harder. Not lost yet, but now King F5. And now this creates a situation where this is actually becoming quite dangerous. Now we threaten Rook C7 and check on H7, right? He can't escape with King H4. So I believe there's only one move that draws here. Can anyone find it? We can put the computer on, but I'm pretty sure there's one move that draws...
Bishop G5?
Bishop G5, no. I don't think that's enough to keep your draw, because now you're in close contact with the king, right? So what happens if we go with something like Rooks, let's say, where can we go?
G4 wins, Rook C8 wins.
Yeah, Rook C8 should win. Yeah, I was just trying to...
Rook C2 wins.
Rook C2 wins, yeah, so... you're threatening a check, and you can't really go between with the bishop, because you just make a waiting move. Let's say, the bishop H4.
If you go here, you lose on the spot.
You just lose because you run out of moves, right? You only can move your king away from the defense, and then so this here is actually a lost position. So it's not always so easy. So knowing your end games is like here's a double threat, right? So here and then we make Rook H8, and then he has to move his king away from the defense of the bishop. We win the bishop, and then of course mate to follow. So on King A5, he finally succumbed to the pressure. There's only one move that holds the draw here. It's King H6. So it's suddenly much more difficult when you start to stray away from the well-known. So he made a mistake. Bishop D8, and can someone finish Magnus off here? Rook C8, and now Bishop G5. We give a check. He plays Bishop H6, and then what do we do? Rook H7, very good. There, it's a waiting move. So we just wait on the file. He has to move his king, and the bishop is lost. So we win again.
Wow, what a game.
So Magnus,
close to 100 moves.
He collapsed in his chair, and then after about 2 or 3 minutes, like the dead fish handshake was, but he didn't want to shake hands at first, which was like, it's not a good role model. I think he got better. Later on, but I was not happy about this. So this was a very long game, and then the Russian grandmaster had to face in the last round with the black pieces. Oleg Koneyev, I think his elo was 26-11. I had to have a draw in that game to get an international master nom, but he told the organizers of the tournament he had a flight to catch from Norway going back to Russia. So he was like, can we play it that same evening instead of the next day? So this game finished around 6-7 p.m. And then 1.5 hours later, I was sitting with the black pieces playing against him, and I had to keep a draw to get my international master nom. And after about 40 moves and 4 or 5 hours of play, a draw was agreed upon, and I got the international master nom. But that was a crazy 24 hours.
All right, let's give him a big hand, guys. A lot of players can say that they beat Magnus Carlsen. If you guys have any specific questions about the game or about Magnus, this is your chance.
I have some great attacking games too that might be interesting too. We can show at some points, but this was like a long, hard-fought game, and it some of the principles are really important. You want to try and continue until you just don't have any opportunity to win. The fact that it's an equal position after 70 moves doesn't mean you can't win, so just keep fighting.
All right, since you guys don't have any questions, I'm going to ask you guys to move on the other side so you can grab your chair and just have a seat so we can set up the room for the simul. how many students we have. So here, you can leave the chair here. Benjamin, please have a seat. Have a seat. You guys can have a seat on this side, please. Okay? Okay? So we want to just please have a seat. I want to see who doesn't have. Okay, this side. Sit here, bring the chair, please. Okay? Give me a chair. Chair here, please. Take a chair. Each chair. Okay, have a seat here. Take that chair, please. Put it on the side. Lisa. Okay. All right. Take the chair on the other side, please. Okay, and we need another table. Okay, you want to do white? You should be, right?
Yeah, I don't know, do we switch?
You decide. I'm gonna bring, so we're gonna bring another table. Okay? And we need 3 chairs. You guys can move a little bit, the tables a little bit, so we need some space here. Hey, watch the legs. Douglas, please move the tables a little bit, watch the legs. Watch the legs. Legs of the table. Move on one side. Sets here, please.
Well, that's the easy side, it's weighted. Is that possible?
All right, thank you. So please have a seat.
It's not possible.
Okay. Please have a seat so I can see who doesn't have a chessboard.
Do we do alternating or?
Yeah, you can decide. Don't worry about
We play a lot of night games. Can we do alternating? So you guys decide or decide whether you yeah, maybe like. Do you wanna play the white pieces? Let's do that. Alright. Oh, I got to have white this time. Yeah, you guys decide. You guys decide.
All right.
So we can do dismiss this one here.
I need to fit in somewhere another player. Where can we fit in another player? Huh? Nowhere? Okay. Vian, I guess you're gonna use my table.
Or maybe this was better.
Okay. So
Alternating would be the back of the white pieces.
You want me to do these?
Yes. Just so we alternate. I think that's just.
Yeah, just lift the table. Unplug the cables. Put your stuff down, yeah. Unplug the cables.
This one?
Yeah, pull it out. And go take a chair and come.
All right.
You guys would come back a little bit with the table, move the table back a little bit. Come back a little bit. Okay. Yeah, you have enough space here? Okay. So, yeah. So now, please.
We don't need clocks, right?
No.
We're not gonna start with clocks, but if it's gonna take too long, I'm gonna add time, okay? Because we cannot sleep here. So, rule number one is that when Christian is gonna get to your table, you gotta make a move. Is that clear, guys? No. No talking. You're not allowed to talk, you're not allowed to analyze. This is not easy for a player, to anybody to play with so many players. Please understand that what he's going through, okay? So he has to go from board to board to board to board. He doesn't have the time like you guys. You have the time to think. So when he comes, you gotta make a move, right? Is that clear? Questions, yes?
Just to be clear, he arrives at the board and make a move.
You gotta make your move.
Got it.
You
Got
make your move and he arrives
When he
at your
arrives,
board,
got it.
okay?
Got it.
You don't just make a move and then
And
it
then-
doesn't. No, so be patient, be nice, be respectful, okay? So, where do you want to start? You want to start
I can
here?
set up here, yeah.
So,
Then I'll move around like that.
okay, so do you want to say anything or add anything? If we need any changes, we have the time in the class.
Yeah, I think this sounds good, yeah.
Okay,
Move around as fast as I can.
all right. I wish you guys good luck and you guys can start, okay? Okay, this is the moment, guys, where you guys can ask me questions. So far, so good. You guys doing great. Honestly, I'm very impressed. It's for a great price. Most of you follow the video. Nice. It shows you casting, making a think. Some of you are even keeping equal material. It's great. To be tested by the best of the best. It's never gonna get better than this. Only thing I'm gonna ask, if you guys go down a piece, you're down a queen, you're down a rook, please resign. You still have a lot of games going on, okay? He knows how to check if he's up a queen, okay? If you're completely losing, just
Bella,
yes.
he's over there looking at his phone on League Chess.
No.
I'm just kidding. I just think that they will beat all of them. What do you think? No? You gotta believe in Daddy. Who you think is gonna beat him from here? If you would have to pick one player, who would you pick? No? One day you're gonna play all these players at the same time. With your eyes closed.
Oh.
should have exchanged first. Yeah, to prevent that. But then it should have exchanged because then I went okay 95. I get the d4 square, so that was like the idea to go 92, 94. And then, but if you don't have a5, I think it could be good. I'm not sure, but it could be good. But once a5 is good, then you're a little bit better off. And then I think I'm not 100% sure if I had a win there, but like the e6 is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I thought when I exchanged the bishop to the knight, I thought I had like
Yeah, you almost lost it with rook b8 when I played rook a8.
Yeah, I didn't see it at first.
You guys finished?
Yes.
Yeah.
What happened?
Draw.
Oh, nice. All right.
All right, well.
Thank you guys for watching.